Hopefully everything is good. I don't think I did enough tests to make sure the sound is perfect, but hopefully it will be good. Let's do a check. Okay. So yeah, like Bananza, I've been heavily addicted to this game for a while now. I've actually... Uh-oh, the game's louder than I am. Oops. Let me fix that. Is that better? Oh my goodness. Hi, time for tech support. Hi, Blue. Thank you for always being my tech support. Is that is that better? Man, I should have. The phone should have done like a couple more tests. Here, the banger. Oh, the banger stopped. Never mind. And there it is again. Man. Yeah, it's better. Alright, hit some things and we'll see. Okay. Just start destroying everything. All for the sake of... for the sake of making sure the sound is good. Are you feeling alright? Yeah, it's okay. I just had some heavy dinner and that's usually what happens to me when I have heavy dinner. I have no idea why. Yeah, don't worry. Everything's okay. Also, I'm not in my usual streaming place because I don't have the Switch 2 in there, so if I'm just a little quieter than usual, that's why. Yeah, let's hope that the sound is all better now. Yeah, so what I was saying, I've been playing this game quite a bit off stream, just on my own, and by a little bit, I mean that I have 100% completed it already. All the Millennium Gems, all the fossils, and this is the concern of today. So you see this smashing stats. They are records that keep track of every single type of terrain that you smash on every single layer. Yeah, that'll do it. The king competes you noise-wise when it gets louder. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, hold on. Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, the goal for max percent is to get all of these things to 100,000 cubic meters smashed. And that is gonna take a while. So first we're gonna go in order, obviously. First with Ingot Isle, then we're gonna go Lagoon Layer. Well, I already have these ones completed. On Hilltop, then the Canyon, the Vide, Freezer, Forest, so on, so on. And so to start in Ingot Isle, I have Grass, Crystal, Crumbly Crust, and Apple left. And there's... oh, shut up, dude. No, I hate this mission. So this is pretty much what I'm gonna have to do from now on. So yeah, I start here, and then I turn into Ostrich. Well, I jump with the snake, and then I turn into the Ostrich. And here's this apple, surrounded by crystal. I need to smash it. And this is the only apple in the entire terrain. So that means I have to go to the menu, reset all the terrain, wait for it to load, and then I have to go all the way back there, smash the crystal, smash the apple, and reset the terrain again. Just gonna have to do that over and over and over and over until I reach 100,000 cubic meters. Doesn't that sound fun? Doesn't that sound like pure entertainment? I was joking about the next 2 years of your spending on this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like, this is a really good game though. Like, I pretty much enjoyed every single aspect of this game. So that's why I do stuff like this. Okay, this is worse than shiny hunting in Pokemon. I still have yet to experience that. If Nintendo ever adds Pokemon Red and Blue to the Game Boy Switch Online system, I'm definitely gonna have to give that a try. Because the only Game Boy games that I played here on Switch Online have been um, Mario Land 2 and Mario Land 1. Which to this day I think it's pretty silly that they, for some reason, decided to add Mario Land 2 first, and then they added Mario Land 1 like a couple months later. Still have no idea what that's about. Yeah, doesn't this sound entertaining? It's me smashing crystal, smashing apple, resetting the terrain. Oh boy, and there's a speedrun category for this. Obviously nobody in the world has run. Yeah, the category is obviously called max percent, and the goal is to 100% the game. You know, just get all the fossils, all the Banandium gems, all the discs, all the costumes, everything. Whoops. And on top of that, get the maximum in the smashing stats. I still don't understand why they decided to add the freaking apple to the stats. I can understand, like, you know, the crystal, the grass, the crumbly does. It does make sense. Why the apple? Yeah, basically what this apple does is it gives you health. And there's also something like an apple, but instead of being an apple, it's a melon that regenerates your Bananza energy. But the melon is so much better because after you hit it, it regrows. So you can just hit it, and then wait for it to regrow, hit it, regrow, hit it, regrow. But for some reason the freaking apple doesn't regrow. Why didn't they make the apple regrow as well? What's the matter with that? Surprised I haven't added them already. Red and blue, and I think yellow were another virtual console already, so why not send the Switch to the... Oh, were they? Were they like on the Wii? So I'm pretty sure back in the day when I was searching for Wii U games for the virtual console, I remember searching for Pokemon games, but I couldn't find like one of the mainline games, because, well, there weren't any mainline games for the Wii U, but like any of the... actually, I think there might have been maybe Pearl. Maybe Pearl and Diamond were in there. But I'm pretty sure there was a spin-off. There was a spin-off Pokemon game on the Wii Virtual Console, but I cannot remember what it is. My memory is so hazy. Yeah, the apples are more like items than dirt, but technically it is a special thing, so it counts. These devs do. Like, do these people not take into consideration insane people like us who need to have the stats 100% completed to be able to live their lives? Just like those golden strawberries in Celeste. I mean, this one's obviously not as difficult, but it's still pretty tedious. And if only the loading times were just a tiny bit faster, because those extra seconds start to add up pretty quickly. Look, there's K-roll. Oops, spoilers. That got me thinking of all the stats in Mario Odyssey, like the achievements. What kind of achievements the moons that Toad gives you? Like for doing a certain amount of jumps, certain amount of cap throws and stuff. I should probably go and maximize them all to like 99,999. You know, just for the sake of it. Oh, but on the layer that I have already maximized all the stats, the Lagoon layer. Actually, there's actually an apple stat in there, but I was able to do it much quicker because there's some platforms that if you throw a certain kind of material into them, the platform turns into that material. So I was able to grab a chunk of the apple and then throw that chunk into the platform and then keep destroying the platform and then grabbing a chunk of the platform and then throw it again and turn it back into apple. And in total it took me like 15 minutes compared to whichever time this is gonna take me. Farming apples, farming jumps, same thing really. Though I would argue that farming jumps in Mario Odyssey is just a tiny bit quicker. Speaking of Mario Odyssey, I should probably go back and do another speedrun that I haven't done in several years. I need to get good use of the switch to faster loading times to maybe get a new PB. Remember my last PB was 1 hour and 10 minutes. How many cubic smash units does this one apple get you every time? Let me check. So right now it's for 681, 681. 19 plus 7, 26, 126 cubic meters each time. That's not a lot. Oh my god, I heavily underestimated how long this was gonna take me. Oh my god, it's been 13 minutes already. And I'm like barely on 5,000 meters. And I need to get to 100,000. And why couldn't they put like one of those shifting platforms in here, dude? It would have made my life so much easier. At the very least with the fractones, it was an easier job because there's this tree guy here. Oh, but the apple and the crystal and oh, I almost forgot about the grass. Oh, I can worry about the grass after I'm done with the apple. One worry at a time. One worry at the time. I mean, at least I hope it looks good. Switch to footage at 60 FPS. Forgot to mention, but I'm also just testing out the new capture card. So my old capture card that I used was like super old, and it was like capped at 30 FPS. No good. Looks good. Nice. I was a little worried the HDR was gonna mess something up with the colors and it was gonna look like a little too bright. But yeah, from what I'm seeing, the stream it looks pretty good. But it's funny how one of the things that the Switch 2 was like, one of the most hyped things was 120 hertz output. But out of all the games that I have currently, none of them support 120 hertz output. I mean, not that many. It's only this one and Mario Kart World, which I am also planning to do a stream of it pretty soon. Hopefully, a lot more entertaining on this. List of streams beating all the stat goes in time trials. So I already completed all the Grand Prix Cups and Knockout Tours with 3 stars. But before I do all the time trials, I want to at least learn like one cool looking shortcut for each track, so that I can feel like a true pro player when I play it. I don't know how difficult beating the stat goes is gonna be, because the only time I've ever tried to beat the stat goes was in Mario Kart Wii, and my goodness, they were brutal. What the frick? Well, they were brutal, and also I was pretty bad at Mario Kart Wii, because back when I played it, I had no idea that I could play without motion controls. So I was stuck playing with motion controls with the freaking plastic wheel. Oh, those were the days, dude. Those were the days. I still have Mario Kart Wii though. I should probably do a stream of it soon. Like, I have the Wii mode, I have Wii U, the Mario Kart. That will be fun. How do you feel about the little in-between areas between tracks? I'm honestly kind of mixed. Like, I honestly, in the Grand Prix, I would definitely prefer to just have the 3 laps for each track. But they do, I mean, they obviously work well in Knockout Tour. I can appreciate that Nintendo tries to spice things up a bit so that it doesn't get too repetitive to do 3 laps on each course, but I don't know, if it kind of sucks, because at first, when you play them all for the first time, it makes it harder for each track to like stand out on their own, for you to like really connect with the tracks. It's like, instead of getting to really recognize the track from doing 3 laps, it's only 1 lap, and that's it. It's kind of like if in a Smash Bros tournament, instead of being best of 3, it was like best of 1. And you lose a match, you win 1 match, and you're done. Yeah, I don't hate them, but the 3 laps on each course were the much better option. Like, I don't know, a lot of people feel like Nintendo tries to... what do you call it? Like, accommodate with people who are like with some sort of ADHD, who like everything has to be different each time, or else they're gonna get bored. It was a weird choice. You know what's even a weirder choice? The battle modes. I think this game has definitely the worst battle mode. Maybe it's the second worst battle mode after the one in Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U. Reinvent the wheel. Yeah, that's a really nice way to put it. Yeah, for the battle mode, I think the one in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was like super good. It had like 5 different modes, and well, all of them, I didn't play them all because I didn't own Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I mostly played them when I went to friends' houses. But my goodness, Mario Kart World only has Balloon Battle and Coin Runners. For starters, Coin Runners, I personally do not like coin runners. And it was funny because in Balloon Battle, well, first it was a last man standing kind of game in the older titles. I think up until Mario Kart DS, where you had to like pop each other's balloons, and if you get all of your balloons popped, you're done. You're gone. Obviously, the one that's standing up until the very end of the match wins. But then after Mario Kart Wii, it changed so that when you lose all of your balloons, you don't like lose the match. You just respawn. And the way you win is that instead of being the last man standing, you have to score the most points. Like, like popping the most balloons. And Mario Kart World did a combination of the two, but it combined the worst of both modes. But like now it's not quite a last man standing. If you get all of your balloons popped, you don't respawn anymore, you just die. But then the point system is like the recent titles where you have to get pop the most balloons to win. But you have to pop the most balloons, and then you also have to be careful to not die, or else your balloons pop count goes all the way to 0. Yeah, I've seen like a lot of people. Oh, hello. Hi, P. Listen, why am I starting over and over? We're grinding apples, yeah. I'm trying to get here in this matching stats. I'm trying to get the crystal and the apple all the way to 100,000 cubic meters. And yeah, the fastest way to do it is to beat that one apple right there, and then immediately reset the terrain. Just do that over and over and over. And welcome, by the way. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy a little bit of some apple grinding. See, but doesn't apple grow again? You just wait a few seconds? No, unfortunately, the apple doesn't grow back. The one that grows back is the melon only. The apple, if you destroy it once, it's just gone forever. I was just talking about that earlier. I was saying that I don't know why they only made the melon regrow, but not the apple. Yeah, I knew, but Melon didn't know what the apple, though. What the frick? Yeah, I don't know what the developers were thinking, though. It's like, I don't know what the developers were thinking with the battle mode in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Another aspect that I feel that has a lot of people divided is obviously the character selection. Like, again, I'm kind of in the middle of it. Because, like, it's pretty funny, like, how you get to play as a freaking cow, as a Sting Bee, as freaking Conkdor from Mario 3D World. But, like, why would you remove some iconic characters? Like, why would you remove the Kooparlings and Kamek and Funky Kong? Like, if they actually removed those characters to make room for all the other enemy NPC characters, then I would have rather much more to have the iconic characters instead of generic NPCs. I personally feel that the character selection was better in Mario Kart 8. In Mario Kart 8 it also had non-Mario characters, like it had Link, it had the Inklings, the Animal Crossing villager, and Isabelle. It also feels very weird to not have Metal Mario at this point. Like a lot of people were complaining about Metal Mario just being like a boring clone character, but it feels very weird to not have it as a skin. Has been making a lot of highly questionable choices lately. Hashtag justice for the Koopa kids. Indeed. They did my boy Ludwig very dirty. But hey, at the very least they're gonna come back in the Mario Wonder DLC, which I definitely cannot wait. Oh my goodness. The fact that they use ostrich and snakes since they're Donkey Kong Classic cannibals, you can. Well, I don't understand why you're an elephant though. Yeah, I guess I just kind of wanted to choose some the wildest animals I could have thought about. Like I guess an elephant to kind of hop on the Mario Wonder roller coaster. The whole elephant team. I keep pressing Y on accident. Zebra though, I have no idea. I guess zebras are cool. They're one of the very few animals that no matter how many years pass, they're still always gonna be black and white. So vintage. I keep pressing Y, dude, stop it. They're complaining about clone characters in Mario. Wait until they hear about Luigi. The Green Fury himself. Also, Luigi doesn't do the Death Star anymore in Mario Kart World, so that's a lot of minus points. There was an elephant body in Donkey Kong 3. Oh, really? I never played Donkey Kong 3. The only Donkey Kong Country games I played were the first one, Kong Country 1, and Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Wii. And I really, really want to play Tropical Freeze. Can I stop pressing Y on the menu, please? But I want to play all the Donkey Country games at some point. But Tropical Freeze is the one that I'm the most hyped about. But my goodness, the Switch port is so freaking expensive, just like the Returns remaster. I think Country 1 was my jam when I was a kid. It's a really darn good game. But my goodness, it is hard as frick. At least I definitely had some struggles when I first played it. Like, in comparison to the Returns, it's much harder. I guess that's the case with pretty much every NES and Super Nintendo game. They always tend to be on the harder side. I want to play all the Donkey Kong Country games. Like Dashi would say, Donkey Kong 1, Donkey Kong 2, Donkey Kong 3, Donkey Kong Returns, and Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Oh, and Donkey Kong 64 too, which I've heard is a much worse version than Bananza. I don't know if the K64 is on the Switch Online service. I know Banjo-Kazooie is in it, but Donkey Kong 64. Let me. Whoops! I keep pressing the wrong buttons each time. I have to be optimal about this if I don't want this stream to be 4 hours long. Dang it, dude. Dick 64 is not on the online service. That sucks. NES games doing fully hard as a given, yeah. Definitely can tell that after playing pretty much every Mega Man game in there. 64 is weird. I've heard, from what I've heard, is that there's like some collectibles that can only be obtained by certain characters. But it is not very clear which characters can obtain said collectibles. Not sure, like I said, I haven't played it, so I can't really give my opinion. But I mean, that game is where the DK rap came from, so it cannot be all that bad. Yeah, bananas and coins are color coded. Oh, I see. That's pretty weird. I don't know what they would do there. Like in Mario 64 DS, you could only collect certain stars or certain characters. But I guess it is like that in a way, because there are some stars that can only be obtained by as a character's certain special ability. Yeah, at least it's a little more clear in there. So can I hit this apple, man? Cannot hit the apples in Applebee's. Can you imagine my disappointment when I went to Applebee's and I found out that they not only they did not sell apples, they also didn't sell bees. We made it to 10,000 cubic meters, I cannot believe it. A tenth of the way there, and it's only been 32 minutes of stream. What the hell? There's a DK Country 64 mod that makes it so you can swap characters whenever you want, as opposed to only designated points, which reduces the annoyingness from blistering to mild. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, so you cannot switch characters on the fly. Yeah, that really freaking sucks. Your first mistake going to Applebee's is going to Applebee's. Is Applebee's really that bad? I haven't gone in like a very long time. I think like 10 years. I can't really even remember what they sell there, but I guess it's kind of like Chili's, isn't it? Sort of like a similar family diner. Hi AJ, hello. Been a long time since I've heard of you. How have you been? Loving the new PNG. Aw, thank you. I want it to be the best quality possible to match the new Super PC. Yeah, those chain restaurants are pretty much the same. What's the other one? Is I think it's Arby's. We don't have Arby's where I live, but I've heard a lot of people say that Arby's is pretty bad. I don't know, whenever I heard like people talk about a restaurant that being like, this restaurant sucks and stuff, I usually keep myself pretty skeptical about it until I try it myself. And then I can confirm, oh, it really is this terrible, or it's actually not that bad. Been alright, health got bad again, but I'm recovering as I'm still looking at the thumbnail. Aww. I'm sorry about that, AG, but I'm glad that you're recovering. Don't worry about the thumbnail. Seriously, don't worry at all. I actually even been working myself on the video. Don't worry, there's still time. There's still a lot of time. No need to rush. I think we have Applebee's. Apparently you're not missing much from what I'm hearing. think the reason why whenever I think of Applebee's, I always think about that song from your favorite Martian that you showed me. Doing a reverse card one. Why do you want to work at Applebee's? I'm eating Cheerios with tap water. I'm broke as hell. Because without saying that all fast-ish food places have gotten significantly worse in the past few years. That's true though. That's true. Especially the burger places, I feel. They've really gone downhill. And tell them to personal taste. Yeah, without their meme songs. No, me too. Too bad that they've been kind of very quiet lately. I think they have released anything new recently. Yeah, but speaking of personal taste, like I always hear a lot of people say that Burger King is like the worst thing in the entire earth, and like they would rather eat like dog food instead of Burger King. Like I don't know if it's the difference from where I live and stuff. But where I live, Burger King is actually not that bad, especially for the price. Like the amount of food that I get from McDonald's, I can get in Burger King for like half the price. Now it's obviously not an extremely culinary masterpiece, but it's, I mean, for what it is, it's not that bad. But the Burger King was years ago, never again. Oh, the UK's fast food isn't that great compared to everywhere else in the first place. Dang it. It's just a matter of luck. Not only where you live, but the exact establishment that you go to. I am gonna say though, last time I tried the chicken nuggets in Burger King, they actually do suck. I would much rather have nuggets from McDonald's. Burger King's not that bad. You usually hear the Taco Bell's the worst of the worst, but that's alright too. Ah, dang it, we don't have Taco Bell where I live, but I really, really want to try. Really want to try it. I want to try a Crunchwrap Supreme with some Baja Blast. I should know how it's pronounced. Is it pronounced like Baja Blast or Baja Blast? I used to pronounce it Baja Blast, but I hear a lot of people pronouncing it Baja Blast, so I have no idea which is the correct one. Sub J like an H, also Baja Blast, okay. I heard like there weren't like a lot of people like chugging like absolutely massive bottles of Baja Blast in Taco Bell because they don't sell it anywhere else? Or was it because of that that they actually started selling it like packed like in Mountain Dew, like in retail stores? Because they also don't sell Mountain Dew where I live. But I have tried Mountain Dew and I actually pretty like it. Like it's not the best thing ever, but for a soda I think it's pretty alright. Instead of the people say it tastes like Doritos, I kinda can taste the semblance. It could never. Definitely started in Taco Bell, but then started selling Baja Blast in cans and bottles. Oh, okay. Next time a friend of mine goes to the USA, I'm gonna ask him to get me a Baja Blast if he can find some. Because last time he went, he asked us if we wanted something from there, and I asked him for some barbecue Cheetos that we don't have here, and they were nice. Don't know why they don't sell barbecue chips in here. They're delicious. Smell some soda across the border. Easy as that. You know, speaking of food, I actually hadn't thought of this until now. But you know, the apple that I'm smashing. How big is the freaking apple to be like 100 cubic meters? Well, actually, no. If you compare it to Pauline, now the apple does actually look giant. No, never mind. No size inconsistency there. Good job, Nintendo. And all this talking about sodas has made me just a tiny bit thirsty. But it can wait. The thing that the Odyssey team have been working on this game since 2018. Like right after the release of Mario Odyssey, they got to work on this one. I mean, for all we know, they could be working on a sequel right now. Donkey Kong Bananza 2 development could be happening at this very instant. Yeah, I was gonna ask about that, but I figured we better to not have too many questions about realism in a game about fruits, animals, rocks, and whatever what Kong is. Oh man. I like your son, gonna leave alert, have fun. Oh, okay, AJ, don't worry. We have a good night. It was nice talking to you again. Hopefully you can get even better from your health. Good night, good night. And again, don't worry about the thumbnail, okay? There is no hurry. That apple can make 20 pies easily. Oh, apple pie is so good. And it's also been a while since I've had one. The ones that they give at McDonald's, they're quite good. The last time I wanted to try one, I almost burned my freaking tongue from how hot it was. But no, I would definitely take a homemade apple pie before a McDonald's one. Oh yeah, Void Kong. I really like Void Kong as a character, especially in the DLC, where Pauline and Donkey Kong become their employees for literally no reason. Like, you know, they went from being arch nemesis to working for him, just like that. Homemade apple pie is a holiday staple around here. Ooh, man, that sounds amazing. I don't think I've ever had homemade apple pie. Maybe once, a long time ago, but man, there are so many foods from a long time ago that I don't remember never having. Like homemade chocolate pudding, I think. I might have had once. I'm due for another. Oh, I will love that. say that I would like to look up a recipe and maybe do it myself, but I don't have a working oven, so that plan is scrapped for now. Yeah, but maybe if I went to a friend's house with an oven, you know, cooking with friends, I feel like is something that I would love to do. Like, it doesn't sound that fun on paper, but I feel it definitely be for a good time. Like try to make a cake, especially without looking up a recipe. Cooking with friends of a cake without a recipe, that can only end well. Friend group project Dutch apple pie. That sounds like an absolutely wonderful night right there. The hit lag. I lost like 3 frames there. Oh yeah, what I was thinking about Boycom that I really like him as a character, but I definitely love how King K. Rool just kind of push him out of the way and then he never appeared again. I feel if it wasn't for the fact that King K. Rool was absent from the series for like what 20 years something, I feel like people would have been a little madder. Yeah, because it's King K. Rool, like it's King K. Rool, dude. You cannot go wrong with that. Because that's kind of like if in a Mario game, like they introduce a new cool villain, and then at the very end the villain gets like pushed out of the way, and then it's just Bowser again. That would definitely get a few people mad. Like girl was like, "Hey kid, thanks for keeping my seat warm. Now get out." Hero was just chilling in there. I really like his boss fight too. I heard a lot of people say that they are not a fan of K. Rool's fight because it's kind of like a damage sponge. Yeah, but I mean, I prefer the damage sponge K. Rool over the 3-hit Bowser fight in Mario Odyssey. I do like them both though, don't get me wrong. But I definitely like the Void Kong fight and the King K. Rool fight much better than the other boss fights in this game. Like there are a lot of, because majority of the fights I beat them in like less than 15 seconds. Like I was actually starting to wonder, like, am I cheesing them unintentionally? Like, am I doing something unintended? Is the freaking boss fight supposed to last this short? It's kind of a damage sponge in Country One, so at least it's consistent. Oh yeah. I do remember that fight. Freaking Boomerang Crown. I also love how inconsistent his size keeps getting. Like in some games, like in here, he's an absolute giant. And then some other games, I think there was like a boxing game with Donkey Kong, where he was like just slightly taller than Donkey Kong. I prefer them both though. Not that I prefer them both, I like them both. I don't have a preference. I like him when he's the same size, and I like him when he's hunky. The credits fake out was cute. That was the absolute best part. Dude, and the remix of Gameplay Galleon, I did not think that they would be able to top the Smash Ultimate remix, but they cooked so hard. Let's see how we're doing. 15,000. Or like less than an eighth of the way there. And it's been almost an hour. Oh my god. I'm gonna be here all night, dude. I really hope that the other layers that have apples, they have one of those changing platforms that I can throw the apple at. Because if I have to do this in any other layer, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind, dude. Oh my goodness, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. I thought he used the Bananza power thing to go all kaiju. Oh yeah, he did. Oh, the crumble ring, yeah, what's the country on the yeah. The king of rot form in this game, absolute peak character design right there. Dude, and also the ring scenery to like referencing the boxing game, that was also amazing. And the rendition of Gameplay Galleon. Man, everything in this game is such a treat. Except having to grind for this freaking apple for hours on end. Oops. All the characters in this game are so cool. I know. I really like Cranky Kong too. Like, when I first encountered Cranky Kong, and he was talking about like a banana bandit, I first thought that he was talking about Void Kong, but then after I finished the game and I listened to his dialogue again, I was like, oh, he was talking about K. Rool. Silly me, how did I not realize that? I am very surprised that I was able to go 6 whole months without getting a spoil about the K. Rool. Just like I am surprised I've gone this many months without getting spoiled about Deltarune 3 or 4. Which I will hopefully be playing soon as well. I'm very good at avoiding spoilers. Thank you. I don't even know how I do it. I just guess I'm getting really lucky. Wait, I want this season. I could put a theory to test. So last time it was like 120 something when I beat it. Now 45. If I hit it here, and if I hit it here, and then a little bit here, here. Nope. Doesn't change anything. So I could like somehow maximize the cubic meters if I hit it like little by little, but nope. It's all the same. No idea what I was thinking there. I think I like really like Deltarune Chapter 3. So far I love the first 2 chapters. I definitely think I'm gonna like the third one as well. I wonder if when all the chapters come out if I'm gonna end up liking Deltarune more than Undertale. I think it's gonna be kind of difficult. Like Undertale really has a very special place in my heart. Maybe Deltarune will come close. You can choose the apple. It tastes very good. Oh my gosh. You really got me thinking how that would taste like. Like a grilled cheese, but with a few slices of apple thrown in there. It sounds disgusting. It's already so hard to compare the two. Yeah, I guess the hardest thing to compare is the battle mechanics. Well, at least for the first two chapters, I don't know if they added a new battle mechanic in the third chapter, but in the first two, it already introduced like a couple new mechanics that the original Undertale didn't have. I'm guessing playing playing Undertale after playing Deltarune is gonna feel pretty weird. But you know, the more I think about it, speaking of games, I think I'm gonna be adding Donkey Kong Bananza to my list of favorite games. Very few games can enter that secret list. I think this might be worthy of a place in there. It's like going back to Donkey Kong Country 1 after this. Yep. I remember when I first played Donkey Kong Country 1, I was like pressing the jump button in the air when I had Diddy Kong with me. I was like, man, why is it not activating the barrel jetpack to fly? Ooh, and like playing New Super Mario Bros. On the DS after playing the Wii version or the Wii U version, it feels so wrong not being able to do a spin in the air. Bro, how am I supposed to control my jump? And I guess it will be kind of uncomfortable to have to shake the whole DS to do the spin, or the 3DS in the Super Mario Bros. 2 case. Yeah, I mean, they can easily be tied. It could have been tied to the trigger buttons instead. And just like in the Super Mario Bros. Wait, they tie the freaking spin to the B button instead of having to shake the freaking controller. At least I like in Mario Galaxy, you're able to you're able to just push Y on the Joy-Con, so you don't have to shake the Joy-Con to do the spin attack. Pokemon RB plus Y was released on PC. A lot of kids were posting on Miiverse asking where the move tutors were, and why they couldn't put two Pokemon in the daycare at once. But it was also kind of hilarious. Oh my gosh. When games just kind of spoil us. It's kind of similar to in the older Mario games, it was like actually a challenge to hit the top of the flagpole. And nowadays, in the newer games, it's pretty much a guarantee. Well, in Mario Wonder is actually a requirement to 100% the game to get the top of every flagpole. It really gets me thinking, why out of the classic games, only the first, well, the first one and the last levels were the only ones that used flagpoles at the end of levels. You know, because Mario 2, you enter the mouth of a freaking giant bird. Mario 3 has the little like square with the items. Well, Mario World, I guess it kind of has a flagpole, but it's not. It's not the same, you know. It took them until New Super Mario Bros. To finally go back to the flagpoles we all know and love. Yeah, Mario used to not be able to just shoot to attempt to do a perfect backflip off. And speaking of Mario games, lately I've been getting back into Mario Run. I've been kind of on and off with that game for the past like 3 years. I get obsessed with it for like a month, and then I don't play it again for like almost a year. Oh, and I'm sad because I missed a lot of statues during events. And my only hope is that they re-release those statues. But like back in 2017, I'm pretty sure, there was an event where they released statues for like Mario Odyssey statues. And then if you didn't get them on that event, well, that kind of sucks. But then sometime later, they actually made it so you can get those statues in a game mode called Remix 10. But I don't know how long that took. How long it took for the statues to go from the event to actually being able to be obtained in a game mode. I hope that these statues that I missed, they get added soon. Because I miss statues for an event of Mario and Luigi Battleship, and I also miss statues for a Donkey Kong Bananza event. That one especially hurt. Yeah, right now I'm pretty sure there's an event for Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 statues. Thankfully, I already got those ones. Oh, and events. Also, Donkey Kong Bananza does have events. You can get statues as rewards for those events. And I already missed 3 of them. That means that if they don't rerun those events next year, I'm gonna be permanently locked out from 100%ing the game. I'm not gonna be able to live with that. It's not in game company's best interest to make collectibles permanently missable. Yeah, I mean, especially because Nintendo, in these kinds of games, they usually like make sure to design the game so that every collectible can be obtained at some point. Like Mario Odyssey here, and what other game? What other game similar to this one's? Yeah, well, the point is, yeah, Nintendo doesn't usually add missable collectibles. Might take 3 years, but it'll come back eventually. Just gotta keep stringing you along until then. When it comes to missable collectibles, the example that always comes to my mind first is Security Breach. And it has two missable collectibles, and if I didn't know about them before I played it for the first time, I definitely would have missed them and I would have been really sad. Thankfully, Secret of the Mimic, which was the one that I actually played completely blind, didn't have any missable stuff. I mean, you did have to pretty much start the game from the very beginning to get them, but hey, at least they weren't permanently missable. They didn't patch that out of Security Breach. From what I know, they didn't. Unless they actually made it so that you can enter the daycare after you get kicked out. Like there's a collectible in a certain section of the daycare, and from what I know, once Sun kicks you out of the daycare, you're not able to enter again. But I don't know if they actually changed that in a recent patch. They let you go back inside the daycare? Which, I mean, it will be kind of weird because Sun would still be there. Let me check. Yep. Yeah, from what I'm reading, they did not patch two collectibles. If you get to 6 AM without getting them, you're not able to collect them. That really sucks. But I mean, I guess it can be forgiving. It's no Steel Wool, they're just an indie company, they're not as big as Nintendo. They really get the time to really polish those sorts of aspects in the games. But if it happened to me, I would 100% be so mad. Disappointed but not surprised. I mean, after they butchered the save system in Secret of the Mimic, you really don't expect that much. Like in Security Breach, they only have manual saves, and then a lot of people complain about that. So in Security Breach, sorry, in Secret of the Mimic, they only made autosaves, which sucks just the same amount. Like, why couldn't they have both? What was that about? Oh, the save system? Oh yeah, well, if you get past certain parts of Secret of the Mimic, and then autosaves, then you're not able to go back past a certain point. Like if you want to go back, you have to restart the entire save file. Like they have autosaves in the Ruin DLC, but then there it was better because not only they actually did let you go back at certain checkpoints, but it was also much more linear, so there wasn't that much stuff that you could miss. Not a fan of permanent autosave? Me neither. I mean, why can't they be like Mario Odyssey and just have both? You know, they have autosaves, but then you can also manually save in another save file if you want. They kind of fixed the problem of only manual saving from Security Breach. they turn into a problem with autosaving. I don't know what Steel is gonna be cooking for Final Freddy's in the future. But I mean, if I had a choice, I would say just make Help Wanted 3. Just don't bother making another open world exploration based game. If you can make, just keep making Help Wanted style games, I would be 100% content with that. More optional settings would fix so many problems with so many games. Just it's very helpful. I mean, I cannot forget the one minigame that just so happened to be the most optimal minigame for grinding candies. Oh, and that has been Helpy's latest appearance too. Did he appear in File Ups of Freddy's? I don't think he did. I've already forgotten about File Ups of Freddy's as a whole. But I mean, the full game is supposedly coming out this year. So I can use all the practice for Mario Kart World and put it on File Ups of Freddy's. It's gonna feel really weird playing without all the parkour and all the cool items that the world has. Oh, but you know, every franchise needs to have a racing game. There's another game coming soon, yeah. So far, the only game that's supposedly coming out this year is the racing game. I don't know if they have something else in the oven. From what I know, they don't. But there was also a co-op Roblox game. I don't remember what it was called. It's... Man, I can't remember the title. I think it was like Final Fantasy Survival something. Yeah, it was an official FNAF game on Roblox that one day got leaked, and then a lot of people hated it because it was pretty much a Dead by Daylight clone with the FNAF skin, but it was like it was so unpolished. They had so many unfinished assets. So after it was leaked, they deleted it off Roblox, and then the team said that they were gonna make the game again from scratch. But from what we know, the game might have been cancelled already. There hasn't been any recent news about it. Either the game's been cancelled or they are still working on it. Nobody knows for sure. It's not really fair to judge a game by a pre-alpha build. Yeah, I know. A lot of people were a little bit harsh on it when it was supposed to be not even close to finished game. I guess the thing that people disliked the most was that there was a lot of microtransactions, like a Dead by Daylight clone with microtransactions. You can imagine a lot of people being happy with that. And Special Delivery had a lot of microtransactions, and that game is lost media to this day. Well, not really lost media, but they closed the server, so it's not playable anymore. Okay, right about that one. Microtransactions are awful. Yep. Nobody likes those. Yeah. Reap Special Delivery. Definitely not the game that I enjoyed the most in the series. But it was a game. It was a game that existed. It had FNAF characters. Feels bad when a game sits gone forever like that. Yeah. And technically, there was like a fan recreation of the game called Forsaken, which from what I know it has slightly better gameplay and like a lot more characters and skins and stuff. But I really don't feel that intrigued to play it. My friend really keep insisting me on downloading it and sending me tutorials for how to download it from the App Store and stuff. And wasn't that interested in the game. But speaking of FNAF, this past few days I've been playing with some friends on Roblox. There's a fan-made recreation of the first 6 Final Fantasy games on Roblox that had co-op mode. Like it's literally it's actually the games, but like in 3D. And you can like move around, explore the pizzeria while the animatronics are out and stuff. It's actually such a blast. But I don't know if Scott Cawthon can like sue, because they are making money from that, and it's pretty much the exact games. But I hope he doesn't, because it's really fun to play FNAF games with friends. And it's nice to play horror games on Roblox that aren't just, you know, you're trapped with your friends in a dark place with a monster roaming around. And you have to collect 6 pieces of something to open the door and escape. That's amazing. It is. Might fall under fair use policies. I hope it I hope it does. Slender clone number 300 billion thousand bajillion point two. All the horror games that I played on Roblox, they all feel the exact same. You're trapped in an enclosed space. There's a friend. There's a monster roaming around. Collect these pieces, and you can go. Rinse and repeat. With a slightly different layout, with a slightly different monster. And the pieces that you have to collect are something different each time. Such an easy formula to milk. Yeah, all of those horror games on Roblox just to so streamers can form clips where they pretend to get scared, and then upload it to TikTok and they get millions of views. It's also very easy formula to clip farming. Conversely, that's why mouth washing was so good. Hey, I actually haven't played mouth washing, but a friend of mine did recommend it to me, so that I probably would like it. I haven't played it, and I also haven't heard like anything about it. I don't know. I have no idea what it is about. No spoilers, but they're like actual characters. There's nothing I love more than a game with actual characters in it. Not just like a generic monster that wants to kill you. Speaking of games with monsters, I also want to try a game called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which is based on a short story. I took the time to read this story. It's like 10 pages long. It's not that long. It was, I gotta say, it's a pretty interesting story. Kinda puts AI in a bad light. Like, let's hope AM doesn't get built anytime in the future. It's not just, ooh, something spooky gonna get you. A horror game that's not like that is automatically amazing. Dude, I love it having them at the name of Scream, the short story and the game. I heard the game is pretty good. Once again, so many games that I want to try, and so little time. So many things that I've been putting off. But this, I swear, this year, I'm gonna play way more games than just Celeste and Final Freddy's. It's gonna be quite a variety year. So it's like the fourth time in a row that in the void count picture in the loading screen. Had a sci-fi phase from birth until present day, and it's been part of it. Yeah, I also like sci-fi, but I haven't seen a lot of sci-fi stuff. I guess I'm just a fan of well-made things, whether it be books or movies or games. Anything that's good, I dig it. And even things that a lot of people don't consider good, I still dig them. I can respect that. You know, one example, definitely the Final Freddy's 2 movie. And the first one, I guess. I mean, the amount of crap that people are throwing at the FNAF 2 movie is just completely unmatched. Like, there are times where I cannot tell if they just say, just for the sake of hating, or if they actually dislike the movie that much. Haven't seen the second one yet, but the first one was definitely for the fans. Oh, trust me, the second one is even more for the fans. Like the amount of references to the games stuff is like through the roof. I can say it's definitely understandable why a lot of people hate it and they think that it relies a lot on fan service. Instead of, trying to make a better effort of writing a story that can be compelling to both fans of the game and also people that haven't played the games. Kind of like something the Sonic did. Like Sonic fans are gonna get all the references in the movie, and people that haven't played a single Sonic game, they're still gonna be able to enjoy it. Well, I mean, I have played a couple of Sonic games. I'm not like completely in the void. We wanted to see the boss, we wanted to see them do cool things, we wanted to know more about Mike, and we got all that and practical effects, especially practical effects. Nothing can beat that. Hey, you want to know another unpopular opinion that I have? I really love the Minecraft movie. That's another video game movie that I've heard a lot of people throw crap at. I mean, I like Jack Black's and Jason Momoa's characters. Like, they were absolute peak in there. Oh crap, I almost fell. And I was also kind of expecting any references to Oops, like a reference to one of the books. This time I would have been able to get it, but nope, nothing like that. It was my unlucky day. My current movie was great and I will hear no word against it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel people are way too harsh on it. Okay, yeah, I can understand that a lot of people wanted like a deeper story, focusing on Steve and his like his adventure to kill the Ender Dragon and whatnot, and exploring the world. But it's still like what we got. I mean, it was popular enough that they actually are making a sequel already. Where people expecting a deep story from a sandbox game? I have no clue. I guess they wanted the movie to like expand a bit more on the lore about the game and all the creatures and stuff. But I don't think that's necessary to make a good movie, though. I mean, if I said that I didn't enjoy the scene of Jason Momoa and Jack Black doing a 69 pose in the air, I would be lying. But I definitely would love to watch some Uwe Boll movies, just to see an actual bad video game movie looks like. The whole thing was just fun from start to finish. I know. You know, the CGI on all the creatures, I would say that it was on par with the CGI of Detective Pikachu. Like, all the mobs look amazing. Boy, there are a lot of bad video game movies to pick from. Was it, I think there was a movie called Postal. Yeah, based on the Postal game. Like when I heard that that thing existed, I was like, how are you gonna make a movie about Postal? You know, a game that it's just about killing people, just going around and murdering people for no reason. But apparently, Mr. Uwebol made it come to life. I think he's gonna have that one. Nope, yeah, definitely gonna have to look that one on my own. Oh, Uwebol. And the Resident Evil movies, aren't there like five? Five or six Resident Evil movies? From what I've heard, all of them suck. Oh man, how did I miss? This other movie? Oh, the two. I can't remember if it was Mortal Kombat movie or the Street Fighter movie, or both of them. I heard that we were pretty bad. Disgruntled post office workers pushed to the brink and snapping is a compelling story, but I don't think the game had any of that nuance. Nope. No, it was just, yeah, grab things, kill people with those things you grab, rinse and repeat. It does sound challenging to try and write a compelling story about that. Those aren't great. Although I was surprised when I learned that the Mortal Kombat song, Mortal Kombat, that was actually from the movie. Like I could have sworn it was from the game. I guess even if the movie wasn't that bad, the theme song was popular enough to be that recognizable in outside of the movie. Oh yeah, but they're releasing a new Street Fighter live action movie soon. Forgot about that. I remember looking at pictures of the cast. They look pretty good. Something good came from it at least. Yeah. There's always good in the bad. How a decent chunk of Mario characters and items are from Doki Doki Panic. You know what? You're right. I was actually talking with a friend. He was telling me that he recently finished all the NES Mario games. Yeah, he was talking to me about his experience. Like he liked using Peach for all the, her how she can float and stuff. But she didn't like that she takes like 1,000 years to grab stuff, and so that makes the Birdo fights with Birdo a lot harder. Yeah, but I also told him that I don't understand why they never used Wart again. Like after Mario 2 and the remake in Mario Advance, we haven't seen Wart in any Mario game. You know, Shy Guys became a super popular character, and Birdo, even the ninjas. Even freaking Fento appeared again in Mario Maker 2. But Ward just kinda got forgotten. I think Ward's last appearance, I'm pretty sure it was from a Zelda game. I think it was a remake. I think it was the Link's Awakening remake on the Switch. And the only, again, the only reason why Ward appears in that game is because he appeared on the original game on the Game Boy. And the bar is pretty high for TV movie adaptation of video games nowadays, and I think that's a bad thing. I haven't really seen the other main bosses from that game either. Oh yeah. Yeah, Mouser we also haven't seen. With the... Wasn't there a snake too? Yeah, I only recognize Meowser and Ward. Seeing a change up in a Zelda game is still so funny to me. There are quite a bit of references to modern Zelda games, like the Happy Mask salesman in Majora's Mask. He has a Mario mask. Master and Triclad, no whatever that fire thing was. Yeah, also a lot of pretty much every single boss in Mario Land 2 is just forgotten at this point. It's kind of a shame because Mario Land 2, I think Mario Land 2 is like the most underrated Mario game. Like for being a Game Boy game, it has like an overworld map, like super creative, like environments, level designs. It has original bosses. And best of all, it introduced the GOAT Wario to the Mario series. Yeah, save golden coins, that one. And the bunny power-up, which I guess is kinda cool. But not kinda cool, it is pretty cool. Like a lot of people complain about the propeller mushroom being broken in Super Mario Bros. Wii. With the bunny power-up, you can float infinitely if you mesh hard enough. Yeah, but in the first Mario Land, I remember there were some pretty niche enemies. This, I think I cannot remember. I think it was in World 4, where there were enemies that looked like little girls. I was like, dude, why is Mario jumping on people? But apparently, it's actually some. It's a weird enemy. It's like a, a spirit dressed in like Japanese clothes. I don't know. The enemy design team went wild that day. And they decided to put Moai heads as enemies. And the Moai heads are back in Mario Kart World as well. You should have brought back Tatanga for his new Mario Kart. Yeah. Well, now Tatanga for Moai heads at least. Yes, a little reference to Mario Land. No, but I don't know. I feel like Desert Hills doesn't really feel like Desert Hills without the Pokies. Mario Land's a good example of a weird Japanese thing. Yeah, it has a lot of very niche things. You know, instead of sliding down a flagpole, you just go through a door. The star music is the can can, and all the bosses have like super weird names. You know, Japanese names that didn't get localized in English. I don't know why they decided for the bosses in Mario Land specifically to not get localized names. Like for example, Koopa. Koopa in Japanese I think it's called Noko Noko. The Goomba is called Kuribo. Oh, Boo is called Teresa. Thwomp. What's the name of the Thwomp? I think it's called Dosun. Dosun. What other Mario enemy has a weird Japanese name? Nope, I think that these are all the ones that I know. And obviously Bowser is being Koopa. Super Mario Land was exactly the biggest priority at the time. Yeah, I mean, even in the manual for Mario All Stars, where they show the timeline for all the Mario games, pretty sure they forgot to include the Mario Land games and the Game Boy. No, sorry, the other way around. They actually included the Game Boy, but they did not include Mario Land or Mario Land 2 for some reason. It's pretty clear why they decided to, just not make any more Mario Land games and just focus on Wario Land games. Which we also haven't had one in a very long time. Oh, but hey, speaking of games that we haven't had in a long time, new Rhythm Heaven game coming up this year, and I'm so freaking hyped for it. Hopefully that one will have 120 Hz output. You know, in a rhythm game, the more frames per second, the better. But I just kind of been running an autopilot for the last an hour and 1 hour and 44 minutes. What the frick? How much do I have? I'm only 30,000 meters. Bro. Brother. Brother. What are you talking about? That's a game I haven't heard about in years. Yeah, I really like it. I mean, I've only played the Wii one, Rhythm Game Fever. When did I play it? Pretty sure I got it for Christmas in 2022. Yeah, 2022. And man, I had such a blast. I like rhythm games. And a Nintendo made an official. Hey, I got 50,000 on Crystal at least. An official rhythm game made by Nintendo. That's the T right there. I would love to play the other games. I wonder if the Game Boy Advance game is on the Switch Online. My guess is probably no, because I cannot have good things. But let me check. Nope, of course it's not. Of course it isn't. Played this one and it was great. Oh, I've heard that that one is also pretty good. And there are so many DS games that I want to play. I want to get my hands on like a 3DS and hack it. Just watch a tutorial on YouTube that says that the 3DS is actually pretty easy to hack. I mean, even Sakurai himself has said how easy it is to hack your 3DS. And a friend of mine had got a 3DS for like, oh, it's like 70 bucks. Like, man, 70 bucks for like a new 3DS XL that you can hack and just have every game that you want in there. That sounds like a deal to me. You can finally play 3D Land, New Super Mario Bros. 2, and Smash for 3DS, even though the online doesn't even work anymore. Oh, I also want to play Mario Maker for 3DS, which I heard is a worse version of Mario Maker in literally every possible aspect. That's a steal. Serious pun intended. I wonder how long it's gonna take for the Switch to be able to be hacked the same way the 3DS is. Probably, I'll give it like a decade. Because I don't know if that whole thing of if you try to hack your Switch to Nintendo is just gonna break it. I don't know how true that is, but if it's 100% true, then I'm scared. And just like that, I've also heard a myth that if you have like a lot of profiles on your Switch, and then in another Switch too, that profile is like doing some hacking stuff, then you can get your Switch 2 banned from having that profile. Like, Nintendo, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like in elementary school, one kid does something bad, punishment goes for everyone. Maybe a few years at most, longer for more reliable methods. There's always a workaround, someone just has to be daring creative enough to find it. Oh, the joys of programming. You know, all the people that are like dedicated to programming and developing, like huge props to them. Like I've only done like the tiniest, smallest bit of programming for my classes, like C plus and Python. And bro, most of the time I legit had no idea what I was doing. Like I said, a lot of times I hear a lot of people say that working in the video game industry must be so fun. Like there are people who don't understand that working developing video games is not at all like playing video games. I love video games myself, but sitting down and developing one from scratch, that would be a no-no for me. Like the most I will be able to do is a very rough recreation of Pong, and something will go wrong. Programming is one of the many skills you need a very solid foundational knowledge base for. Yep, and I'm afraid I do not think I have it. Making a game, not at all like playing a game. Hey, if I was part of the developing team of Donkey Kong Bananza, one suggestion I would make is, hey, guys, why don't we remove apples from the smashing stats? Yeah, just throwing that in there, hoping they will take it into consideration. Working at a store, not at all like shopping at a store, nope. It's like eating an ice cream, it's not at all like working at an ice cream shop. And I say that I don't know why I remember this. Like in the movie of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, like in the starting scene, the candy man is literally giving free candy to all the children that come in. But then when poor Charlie Bucket, who barely has a nickel, enters, he charges him for a chocolate bar. Like, dude, why? Why? Why can you invite poor Charlie Bucket to the party? What a jerk. I know. Like, he has no problem literally throwing like pounds and pounds of candies for the kids to catch it. But if a poor kid comes in asking for a chocolate bar, he actually needs to pay for it. What a freaking jerk, dude. Even more of a jerk than Grandpa Joe. I discovered that there's a whole like subreddit dedicated to just hating on Grandpa Joe. It's like one of the many things that the internet is so magical for. It's a lot of people uniting for a hate, and the hate for a singular character. But I'd say that the Grandpa Joe from the first movie, the 70s movie, is a much worse character than the one from the Tim Burton movie. but a lot of people still, whenever somebody mentions the Chocolate Factory, they most of the time they think about the 70s movie instead of the Tim Burton one. I mean, I guess for the time it was a pretty nice movie. Some awesome practical effects and stuff. But overall, I will definitely prefer the remake. I heard that criticism before, but I don't get it. I think I have to watch it again. Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, I haven't read the book yet, but from what I heard, the Tim Burton remake was like more accurate to the book, not including the whole daddy issues storyline that Willy Wonka had. That was something that Tim Burton added. Yeah, I definitely prefer the remake overall. And the Willy Wonka as a character, I definitely prefer the Tim Burton version. The book was pretty sure, yeah, the remake was more accurate. Oh, you read the book? Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. Because I also been wanting to read the sequel, the Charlie and the Glass Elevator. But apparently, it never got made into a movie because Roald Dahl didn't like the first movie. Long time ago, yeah, but I never read the sequel. I haven't either. I have no idea what it could be about either. But definitely interested in that. But yeah, speaking of all the other Willy Wonkas, if I have to choose on the Willy Wonkas, like if we have the 70s one, the Tim Burton version, and then the Timothy Chalamet version, I'd have to go with the Timothy Chalamet one. And I think they announced a sequel, a Wonka 2 sequel. I don't know if it was just a rumor or if it's actually being made. Because, a lot of people like to go around the internet and tell lies for no reason. Such evil people out there. I haven't seen it. I frankly forgot it had happened. Yeah, I guess it was not not that popular. But I mean, I watched it and I really, really enjoyed it. And it pretty much explained the backstory of Wonka. From being a humble traveler to building his chocolate factory. So, something that I am eager for the sequel to see if it explains is, how he became such a reserved person. He ended up firing his whole personnel and ended up replacing them all with Oompa Loompas. In the Chocolate Factory movie, they said his workers had betrayed him and by leaking his recipes and stuff. But man, I'm gonna be kind of heartbroken if they actually do that in the sequel. Like all the friends he made in the first movie ended up betraying him in the second movie. It's gonna be a hard watch. Yeah, it happened in the book. Oh, this such a tragic life that this man has lived. Prequels are difficult that way. Unfortunately, it's like trying to tie the events of Weekend to Weekend, not Weekend. The events of Wicked to the events of The Wizard of Oz, and it's just like quite a lot of inconsistencies. I wonder what the original author of The Wizard of Oz will think about Wicked. Musical has been around for quite some time, but that has not appeared on Disney movies. I actually watched the musical a long time ago. I unfortunately didn't see it live. I watched a recording on YouTube, which is obviously not as good as experiencing the real thing, but it was definitely enjoyable. I mean, I'm pretty sure the musical was also based on a book, but the book is still pretty different from the musical and by extent the movie. And there's also like more books that man, the Wizard of Oz universe is it just keeps expanding. Like when I was searching up the original Wizard of Oz book, and then I found out that there's like 40 books in the Oz series. Like, man, what the heck? Okay, so the author of The Wizard of Oz died over 100 years ago, so his opinion is lost to time and space. Unfortunate. Unfortunate he's never gonna be able to see his characters on the big screen like that. He'll never be able to see his character be played by Ariana Grande. Wild to think that thanks to the FNAF books, I read more than I've read in the past 10 years. And I'm actually still eager to read a little bit. The author of the Wicked book is still alive at least? Ooh, really? Yeah, I thought the Wicked book was a lot older than that. Yeah, I'm also curious to see what they think of the Wicked movies. I think that from what I heard, which is not much, instead of being based directly of the book, it's more based on the musical. So they took some creative liberties here and there. Now, getting kids and kids are hard to sit down and read. Absolutely. One heck of an achievement there. Like, when I first learned that there weren't any like comic adaptations for the majority of of the stories, I was like, man, I'm gonna have to read pages and pages of just text on blank pages. But then when you actually get into the story, I'm like, man, you get hooked. Hooked like a fish. I was trying to make a pun, but I realized too late that there are no fish animatronics in the FNAF universe. So dang it. I mean, especially when the story has like tie-ins to the game. Like that's where the good stuff is at. Like, there's a story named Lithophobia that I keep insisting a friend of mine to read because that story is key to understanding everything in FNAF 4. I told him, if you're gonna read like a single story in FNAF, you should read that one specifically. It should be a fish one. Oh, well, I think the closest one that I can think of is Felix the Shark, which is also a character from a book. Felix the Shark. Gone but not forgotten. Well, it was actually kind of forgotten. And for good reason too. And when I think of fish in Final Freddy's, the first thing that comes to mind is the fishing minigame with Diddy on FNAF World. He was so forgotten I never even knew about him. Don't worry. Don't worry. Not even the characters in the story knew about him. Like, the entire point of the story is the main character to try and get the other characters to convince them that Felix was actually a real character and not a fragment of his imagination. But you know, like the good majority of the stories in Final Freddy's, it cannot have a good end. And actually, now that I'm taking the time to look at the Bananzas, none of the the animals in here, in the Bananza forms, none of them have an animatronic. I think only the elephant. There's Orville from FNAF 6, but there isn't a snake animatronic. Or an ostrich. Is there a gorilla animatronic? Or in any fan game? I don't think there is. No, and there's definitely not a zebra animatronic. I had to get some sleep before work. Night painting and first thing, good luck making giant applesauce. Alrighty. Don't worry, dude. Thank you for the good luck. Thank you again for joining the stream and sitting here for over 2 hours just watching me beat up an apple over and over again. It's nice chatting with you. Nice to see you next stream. Good luck at work tomorrow. Oh, dancing dinosaur, I love it. Good night, see you next stream. What am I doing? The apple had it coming. This freaking apple, dude. This freaking apple and the crystal that surrounds it. It cannot be forgiven. I love beating up bananas in this game, but beating up apples, that's a whole different story right there, mate. That's a whole different story. Okay, let me check. How much crystal do I have? Closer, but not as close as I would like. You know what I should do? I should probably put on a YouTube video in the background to listen to. There's a Seed gaming video about Donkey Kong Bananza. Should probably put that. Something to listen to. While I senselessly keep beating up this stupid banana. Sorry, this stupid apple. Okay. Let's check. Here it is. Okay.
Mini Menace is really good.
Okay, time for some more Sea of Gaming podcast here.
bunker mission. Dang.
did it that way. Crossed each other. Oh my goodness. 50,000 cubic meters. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Oof. Now that was a nice video. Doing some smashing an apple multiple times. Let's see. Well, I'm halfway through with the apple. Oh, a little over halfway through. So why don't we go for a change of pace and go smash some grass instead? Not quite touching the grass, but instead smashing the freaking grass. After smashing just a tiny bit more grass after this apple, I'm gonna go for a crumble crust. Better need to honk here. It's really hard to tell when the grass ends. Where's the crumbly crust? It's not here. It's just grass. Oh, there it is. Ooh, okay. Good things that this one actually does respawn. Look at that. to spend all my knowledge in here. Doing not bad. Guys are coming clutch. There we go. So like, oh my goodness, what? That scared the crap out of me. Hi, Tyrant Lucky. Whoa, where am I? Hi, Tyrant Lucky. Hello, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Why is it so laggy? I probably need to restart the rain. Hello, how are you doing? What were you playing? Were you also playing Bananza? Forgetting that I have the sound for the raid alert so loud. You're getting back at 20% after a few months of Super Rusty. Ah, you speedrun Bananza, interesting. I've watched a couple speedruns of Donkey Kong Bananza, and my goodness, movement is freaking insane. I don't know how you do the whole like grabbing a chunk and then surf turf and then jump meter, grab the turn around and then do a spin meter. Like it's insane. Yeah, props to you, props to every Bananza speedrunner. Like that's also. Wait, does the current 20% route use the ostrich? Because I heard that they found a skip that doesn't require the ostrich and like it's like much faster. Man, ostrich or not is insanity. Man, I'm really low on breath. Oh yeah, so what I'm doing, to mention, what I'm doing is trying to get all the smashing stats to 100,000 cubic meters. And so far I'm trying to get the apple. Yeah, I'm a super newbie, but I want to try at least getting under 2 hours. This is my first speedrun, and yeah, there's both ostrich less and it's ostrich runs. It's a bit of time for sure. I cannot do it at all. It seems insane. Well, first speedrun game. Alright, first speedrun game, I see. Well, I am rooting for you. I hope that you can get your sub 2 hours. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna try a speedrun of this game anytime soon. Maybe in a couple months. But yeah, what I'm currently trying to do is get all the smashing sets to 100,000 cubic meters. And the apple, grass, and crystal are being a big problem. Well, I just got grass to 50,000, so hooray! Oops. Thank you. Hope you have all the luck and fun with my goals too. Thank you so much. I've been streaming for almost 3.5 hours, and I'm only halfway through the apple. Because I have to. Okay, where is it? I basically have to fly all the way here. Beat up the apple and restart. And have to do that over and over and over again for hours on end. Whoops. To teleport to the getaway.
Should we
TVHD for that? It's okay, I just really like completing games. And doing tedious tasks like this. That's just my cup of tea, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and I do it just because I love this game. And because I love this game, I really want to complete that love by fully completing all the smashing stats. Game is amazing. Game is way too freaking good, dude. Definitely my favorite game that I've played this year. Not like I have played a lot though, but you know. I love Mario Odyssey, so of course I was gonna love this game. Yes, a lot of little tiny details on it. It really reminds me of Mario Odyssey. You know, just because of this game, I feel really motivated to play all the Donkey Kong Country games. Just to really get a hold of the Donkey Kong franchise, which is technically part of the Mario franchise. Is it Fantasy Life? Fantasy Life 1 are my top games this year? Yeah, it is pretty big. Fantasy Life, I actually hadn't heard of that one. Really have been keeping up with a lot of games, besides the ones that I actually care about. Mostly Nintendo stuff. I cannot wait for the next 3D Mario game, man. I wonder what direction they're gonna go in. Because the RPG is equal to like 10-year-old game from level 5. Ooh. The cozy RPG sounds nice. I like cozy games from time to time. But I still haven't played Animal Crossing. Like when it comes to Animal Crossing, I don't think I could get myself the New Horizons, like there's like a lot of stuff to do. Like I get over it. It's kind of like Breath of the Wild. I haven't started Breath of the Wild. I dread starting it because I fear I'm gonna get overwhelmed by how much stuff there is to do. Like, you know, when you have a lot of homework and you get so stressed because you have a lot of stuff to do and you don't know what to start with, and then you get so stressed that you end up doing absolutely nothing. I can't wait to see what Mario King comes next. Gonna be harder to beat after Bananza. Definitely. Definitely. But it's still... I mean, I will also... Like, if they release an Odyssey sequel, I will be super happy with that. But I am also excited to see what new direction they could take the franchise. I forgot about the grass. Is this grass or is this dirt? I cannot tell. I think it's grass. Yeah. Otherwise, like Skyrim for me, love the game, then I'll let it. Never actually found the final boss. Oh, that's a move. It's kind of like when I really like a series, but I refuse to watch the final episode because I love the series so much that I refuse to accept that it's finished. For example, in this game, I want to do the final secret Void Kong fight after I'm done with absolutely everything else in the game. What the frick is going on? Yeah, I got spoiled that in the DLC, if I get 10,000 points, I think it is, I unlock a secret, much harder version of the Void Kong fight. I'm excited to see what it is, because I feel, honestly, in my opinion, the second Void Kong fight in this game is the hardest part of the game. I found the second White Kong fight even harder than the final Carol fight. Something that I kind of wish this game had was a lot more, like, difficulty. Honestly, the game is super good and all, but I felt it was a little too easy. Like, even the end of the Harmonial, the final rehearsal, which is supposed to be like the darker side version of Donkey Kong, like the equivalent to darker side of Champions Road from 3D World. It took me like what, like 5 tries at most? Well, not 5 tries, like 5 deaths, because it has checkpoints. Wait, no, it doesn't have checkpoints, does it? No, I just remember it doesn't have checkpoints. So yeah, it actually took me like 5 tries, even while getting the balloons to get the disc. Not a frame was you learn the angles on the third is a fun fight. Yeah, I've seen speedruns where players just like predict where White Coin is gonna be in the like pre-launch the chunks. And it's like, oof, so satisfying to watch. How much grass do I have left? Oh, yep, I missed you. Good night. Okay, Tyron. Thank you for the raid again. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, and thank you for the follow too. I don't know if the follow sounds are going on the stream. I really hope they are. But good night. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Wait, let me just configure. Oh, frick. Wait. There it is. Okay. Since I'm already halfway, over halfway actually with most of these. I think I'm gonna end the stream, but I'm gonna keep the recording since I'm not gonna talk that much, and I want the stream to go on for that long. But I'm gonna keep the recording where I'm gonna just not say a single word. And then upload it to YouTube. Yeah, sounds like a good plan, because I probably still have like 2 or 3 more hours to go. But okay, thank you everyone so much for watching. I will have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Bye 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 bye, take care, good night. Where is it? There it is. Bye. Well, time to be done with this.
Okay, so I'm getting really sleepy, and I'm gonna just leave it here, and I'm gonna continue it on the next stream. Okay. Okay. Good night, everybody. Bye.